Alexa, stop. Hey, Joe. Good morning. How are you?
What's up, buddy? How you doing, Memo?
I'm good. Just finishing up, setting up here. We have 3 more minutes, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
You ready to go?
Yeah, 1 second. So I guess I'll use the PDF. I guess I can use the PDF. Okay, well, why don't you send me the link for the, maybe I'll use that. Maybe I'll use the Canva. Can you send me the link? You're gonna email it to me? Okay. Okay, sounds good. All right, just get on and I'm looking for the email. Let me. I got to get connected with you. Are you gonna send? You're gonna send it to the team? The team. All right. All right. Yeah, I got it. All right. Thanks. Okay, I'll see you. Bye. Love you. I'll see you. All right. Bye. Hey, Memo.
Here we go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can everybody hear me? Welcome everybody to the London Foster Pro training. Guys, we're gonna get started in a few minutes. In the meantime, we're gonna let everybody in. I wanna thank everybody for coming on. I see Carlos Betancourt is on, Alexandra Suazo. Thank you so much for sharing your image. You have no idea how much funner it is when we actually get to, you know, interact with people. So I humbly and appreciatively thank you guys for doing so. Guys, we're gonna get started probably like in 10 minutes. Joe, give me a thumbs up. Is that cool? I have you muted.
Sounds good.
In 10 minutes. Beautiful. Yep. Okay, so in the meantime, I want to go over some things with you guys. First of all, I'd love to hear from the people that are not London Foster agents. If you want to raise your hand, there's also a chat room here. So let me know that you're not a London Foster agent. I wanted to take a few minutes because I want to tell you guys a couple of things that are going on, you know, like in the news, or a couple of things that are going on in the next few weeks. So, and at the same time, I'm giving people a little time. I've gotten several messages from people saying, I'm running late. I get it. We're on Miami time, right? Everybody runs 5 to 10 minutes after. We got to work on that. You know, as realtors, we got to always be early, right, Alexandra? Carlos, Mary, Tanya, Ayman, I appreciate the fact you guys are here and that you're on time. I had this really funny story. So I'm in a training and we're going through the training, and you know, I said to the people, you know, how often what time do you show up? So Carlos, I'll ask you, let's say you have an appointment with a client. The appointment's at 11. Do you show up at 11 o'clock? Do you show up 5 to 11, 10 to 11, 15 to? I see Alexandra's going, no. So I'll ask Carlos in the meantime. Carlos, what time do you usually show up?
Yeah, I try to get there at least 10, 15 minutes before, just in case, just to get prepared.
Okay. That's the norm, by the way. Just so you know, you're within the 85 percentile, okay? Most people show up 10, 15 minutes early. Alexandra, I see her shaking her head. Alexandra, you're from the north, right? No? You're from Miami?
I'm from Miami, but I was a court reporter for 25 years. So.
Yeah, that's it. So tell me,
I show up half an hour early because I don't trust Miami
there you
traffic.
Go.
There you go. And I'm going to take it a step further. That's why the story was so funny. Because I said, no, I show up 30 minutes early and I try to make as little appointments as I can bunched up. I don't like doing, 15-minute rushing my client. And the person's like, oh, no, I do 4 appointments in an hour and, I run late and I text people. And I'm like, first of all, and again, I Carlos Betancourt, great name, Carlos, very regal. Carlos Betancourt, I know 16 of them. I know 16 Carlos Betancourt. I guarantee you don't know another Memo Valverde.
No, probably not. Nope. No.
So when you mess up and you ruin your brand and you ruin your name and your good name with Alexandra Suazo by showing up 15 minutes late, she's over you and she'll never forget you. So your brand and your image, not only with other realtors, but in the industry with clients, you want to maintain that at this level, always. Alexandra, I'm with you. I show up 30 minutes early. Now, this is the reason why I show up early.
Well, what do they say? They say if you're not 30 minutes early, you're late.
That's number one. Number one is you don't know your client. Oh, no, I do, Memo. It's my second cousin twice removed. Yeah, you know him at Christmas parties, but you don't know what he's like in business. So he might be showing 15 minutes early, and then he's like, man, this guy's always late. So now you're a minute late. Guess what? You're 16 minutes late for what Joe was saying. Number two, and I'm still with Carlos. Carlos, where do we live? Do we live in the desert? Do we live up in a place where we have 4 seasons? No, we live in the Everglades.
Yeah. All summer, all year.
Over the land from the alligators. So have you ever walked into a property and there's a lizard or ants or cockroaches, or maybe there's some little teeny tiny termite droppings? Do you want to see that with your client right behind you? Or do you want to show up early, have a little kit, wipe everything down, maybe spray it with some nice deodorant, make it look nice? Do we live in hot weather? Yesterday was what, 98 degrees? Did you guys see that on the radio? They were playing 98 degrees all day long. It was the hottest day that we've had all year. So have you ever showed up to a property and it hasn't been seen for 6 months and it is scorching hot inside there? Don't you want to turn on the AC 15 minutes, and when your client shows up, it's The word in Spanish is agradable. It's pleasant to be in there. Does this ever happen? Absolutely. But guys, this is the other reason why you want to be early. Carlos, Alexandra says yes. I don't know what the rest of you are saying. Nobody's commenting on the chat. I need comments in the chat. Guys, what better opportunity of showing up early to a property, making everything beautiful, chilling out, it smells amazing. And now you have what, 5-6 minutes to yourself? 5-6 minutes in which you brush up on the property? Carlos, if you're showing 6 properties in a day, do you know the square footage of every property by heart? Carlos, do you?
No.
Probably not, no.
Probably not. I mean, you would be, I mean, I have a terrible memory, but you would have to have a photographic memory in order to read 6 listings and say, Memo, quiz me. You know, it's not like that. So take those few minutes and look at the property, find out the square footage. What are the taxes? What are the notes? You know, what's been fixed? Oh, the roof is new. Oh, I want to point that out. Your client, Carlos, happens to be vegan. She tells you, listen, I'm vegan. I have a small puppy. Ding, 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 ding. Where's the nearest Whole Foods? Where's the nearest Fresh Market? Where's the nearest dog park? You don't want the client to turn around and you go, Carlos, you know I'm vegan. Is there a nice supermarket around here? And you're going, let me look it up. No, you want to offer that. That's what elevates your brand. So the reason why I tell you this is because we had this conversation with an agent. She's like, oh, no, I'm a numbers person. The more I show, the more likely I am to close. And I said to her, I swear to God, Bible, how's that working out for you? Well, you know, clients are terrible. It's not the clients that are the problem in this scenario. It's that this person is literally putting them through the sausage factory, right? So let me ask you, do you guys know how animals smell fear? Like dogs smell fear? You guys ever heard of that? No one? Yes? Guys, clients smell greed. When you're counting your commission during a showing, the client reads that bubble over your head. They know that guy, they're going, oh, this guy Carlos, all he wants is to get rid of me. He set up 4 appointments in 1 hour. And what happens, Carlos, if in the apartment number 2, the client turns around? I'm just picking on you, Carlos, with the other face I see. But what happens, what happens if the client on apartment number 2, he says, man, I really like this. Carlos, do you mind if I get my wife on FaceTime? Carlos, you know what? My brother is in Atlanta. I'd love for him to see it. Now your schedule's screwed, right? And you're like this because they smell it. Oh, this guy's trying to push me to get out of this apartment. This is the one I like. So the reason why I tell you guys is because this is what we do. We're not showers. If anyone here is a real estate shower, good luck to you. We are liaisons. We are influencers. We are real estate agents. We are realtors. And that is what separates you from everybody else. So I really wanted to hit up on that because I just thought it was the funniest thing that happened at training. This person was arguing with me that you want to knock it out. And you know what? People feel that. So just keep that in mind, and keep that in mind when you're offering services, especially like with what we're going to do today, which is going to be financial services for clients. Most realtors don't do that. And I'm guilty of it. Most realtors just say, you know, figure out your life. Come to me when you have money. And not all clients are in that situation, right? Most clients have a special need, something. Oh, you know, a bankruptcy, or, you know, I work for myself, or, you know what, I just got a brand new job, whatever it might be. And you want to make sure that it's not that you're going to provide it, but you want to be able to be a liaison between someone like Joe Mahalati and your client. And you want to know the basics so that when you tell your client, listen, what he's offering you is X, Y, and Z, it appeals. I have a really interesting story that happened to us at, okay, someone keeps on writing me, and I'm in a training, y'all. You know, I had something really interesting that happened the other day, which was that there was an agent, and there was a client, and the client, you know, needed something special. So I have a list, and you can look at it. I'll share it with you guys real quick on londonfoster.net, just so you guys can see it. If you go to londonfoster.net and the back office, where is it? Right here. If you go to londonfoster.net in the back office, under contracts and forms, which is going to be under office manager, contracts and forms, there's a little blurb. And this is a basic blurb that I send out to my sales clients, simply because I'm not going to be doing Joe's job, right? I'm not going to be getting him a loan. But I want to give it to Joe, como dicen en español, masticao. I want to give it to Joe with a little bit of tenderizing on that meat, right? So this is something that tells your client, listen, these are the 10 things you need to start putting together. Because when Joe gets it, yeah, Joe's like, yes, awesome. It's a lot harder. Guys, we're all in this, right? We all own homes. We all rent homes. We all, are giving out our finances. I don't feel comfortable getting my credit run by just anyone. I don't know Joe. But if Joe was introduced to me by Mr. Carlos Betancourt with a regal name, then maybe I say, hey, you know what? Maybe I need to reconsider this. Yeah, you know what? Carlos mentioned that Joe was going to need all these things. And the reason why I tell you, this was a while back, but this happened. I had a client. The client, was very difficult, and he was very, oh, no, you don't know who I am, and I'm very rich, and this, and this. And I did not listen to my inner voice, and I allowed the client to roll over me, right? To steamroll me. And we went through this process, and I sent him this, and he was difficult with the loan officer, and he didn't want to do it, Guess what he did? First of all, he lied. He was on his second divorce, okay? So he had child support and alimony, didn't mention it. His salary was $400,000, but didn't mention it. And of course, it came up, because those things come up when they're doing the preparing of a loan. And then to make it even worse, he did the error number one, and this was on the loan officer and also myself. Well, the week before the closing, he bought an orange, so it couldn't be any other color, a Jeep for his new girlfriend, for his future wife. I mean, the deal was falling apart. We had to start from scratch. Now his finances weren't real. Now we found out that he has 3 children outside, that he has to pay child support, 2 ex-wives, and he ruined his credit. He had to come up with money. He had to get a loan from his brother. We had to get this loan. It was a mission. But again, it fell on me because I didn't listen to my inner voice, and I didn't allow this to happen, okay? Before we get started, we're just about to get started, guys. I want to remind those of you that are not London Foster agents, and I see several here on the thing, on the list. So I want to make sure that all of you visit our site. It's called joinlondonfoster.com. It's an excellent opportunity for you to find out about our firm. London Foster is not a technology, a remote internet company. We are a hybrid. We are somewhere between Etsy and Detsy, right? We are a real company with 7 locations. We have locations in Miami Beach. If you've ever been to our office, it's in the Lincoln Road. We also have an office in downtown Dadeland. We have one in Hialeah, Weston, Aventura. I have to use my fingers. What's the other one? Palm Beach and Lehigh Acres in Naples. All of those offices are open to all of our agents. It's a really cool way of doing business. We allow all of our agents to access all of our offices. We're not like a franchise where you belong to this office, you can't come, you can come to visit, but you don't have access. All of our agents have access to everything. Apart from that, we've just hit the mark of 1,200 agents in total. We have offices, we have agents in New York and in Florida. So we just hit that, remarkable feat. If you guys, just so you guys know, I'm agent number 69. So that means that in the last 4 years, we've multiplied times what, 12, 15. It's a great feat for us as a company. You can visit joinlondonfoster.com. There's a couple of places I would love for you to see. Number one is to watch this video. This is a great opportunity for you to meet Bobby Mahalati, who is the owner, principal, and broker of London Foster. It's also, he goes over a little bit about kind of like why London Foster is, when you could see that right there, which are the 5 pillars of London Foster. There's also an FAQ section, frequently asked questions section, which I just love, because if you're going to attend one of our meetings, read this first. If you attended the meeting, read it next. You know, it's just a great way of going over everything that we go over in the meetings. And then next, you can scroll down a little bit and you're going to see here, request a phone call. Someone in our onboarding team will call you. They'll tell you a little bit about what we do. Attend the London Foster seminar. I really want you guys to do that. It's easy for me to tell you about London Foster. I mean, it's hard for me to tell you about London Foster. It's much easier for me to show you. So that's kind of what we do in these seminars. It's a great opportunity. All you do is just click on it. You're going to be able to fill out a quick form. They'll send you over the Zoom link. And then last but not least is the Join London Foster. Once you've attended, you're able to join. We do everything online, all your paperwork. We will reach out to the NAR, the FAR, the DBPR, your local association, do all your processing for you. That takes like 30 minutes. And once we do that, we're able to get you started on your marketing, which is also just a great opportunity for you guys to get up and running quickly. And Bobby welcomes you to the team, and you can get started with all of your marketing. I want to take you guys really quickly because we're almost ready to go, and just make sure that there's no comments. Man, you guys are quiet today. Thank you, Tanya. Show up early, always, absolutely, beautiful. You guys are really quiet. No one's writing. Usually the chat room's like, but I also want to remind you guys, all the London Foster trainings that we do, like the one that we're going to have today with Joe, all of these trainings are recorded. It's a great part of being a London Foster agent is that we actually record these for you and we put them into our back office. So if you go to the back office, yep, here it goes. If you go into the back office, guys, under education, okay, you're going to be able to look up all of the trainings. You'll be able to look up the, what happened here? Hold on a second. Uh-oh. Let me see, maybe I just have too much stuff open. Oh, here it is. Okay, if you go into education, you're going to be able to look up all the trainings. All the trainings are going to be held there for you. Just a great opportunity for you guys to go over any videos. Again, these are for London Foster agents. We open up our trainings to anyone who wants to attend live. The recorded ones is one of the many benefits you get from being a London Foster agent. And last but not least, I want to go over something really cool that Bobby let out of the bag last week. Are there any London Foster agents here that have an escrow deposit card? Anyone want to unmute yourself, or anybody want to just write it in the chat? If you don't know what that is, it's a really, really cool thing that we do at London Foster. And for some reason, I can't find my wallet, but it's an escrow deposit ATM card. So all of the agents that are a part of London Foster can order this card. Is there anyone? No one? No one has this card? Really?
I forgot about it, but I'll do it now.
Alexandra, we have a homework assignment. You're doing that right now. I'm surprised at you. I am
right now.
You're supposed to be my teacher's pet. Alexandra, definitely go on londonfoster.net, go under Office Manager and order it. But guys,
right now, because I'm working a deal right now, so I really do need it.
No, and let me tell you something. This is for escrow, right? But guys, I'm gonna show you something because Bobby let it out of the bag last week. And since I have a little bit of time right now, I want to show you guys really, really, really quick because it is amazing. For some reason, it's not letting me in. Okay, really? Okay, meetings. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna share with you guys my phone. You guys are gonna fall. Anyone who's a London Foster agent, and if you're not a London Foster agent, let me know what you think about this. A co-host, got it. A Wi-Fi.
Recording in progress.
You guys hear that? Hold on. Cállate. There you go. Okay, so I'm in there also. Share screen. Start broadcast. Tell me if you guys can see my screen in a second. Can you guys see my phone now? Anyone? Bueller?
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it.
Beautiful, beautiful. I just want to show you guys this. This is something that's being implemented with London Foster for our agents. This is coming in August. And now, of course, I can't find it because this is a problem of getting old. I can't see anything anymore.
Well, you know what? You should keep it to the end so people have something to look forward to.
Okay. No. Let me just do it now because I won't be able to do it later. Hold on a second. What happened? What is this? Here we go. Guys, we're launching an app through Wells Fargo where our agents are going to be able to do deposits, not only for escrow, but also for commission checks. So think about this for a second. You're going to be able to go in. I don't know if this is going to work, but you're going to be able to go in and actually do the deposit from the closing. So it's going to be really, really cool. It's an app. It's all designated for you guys. It's going to be your little button on your phone. And if Alexandra has an escrow deposit, she can do it right there from the phone. Doesn't have to go inside the bank. She can do it from the car. She can do it at the ATM, whatever it is you want to do. But we're going to give you all those options. And also, you're going to now be able to not only deposit escrow, but deposit commission. So I don't see anybody screaming and yelling, but your brain should be blown because nobody else is doing this for their agents. It's a very expensive process. It is a very integral process. Bobby's been working on this for almost 6 months, and it's coming supposedly August 1st. So it's going to be really exciting for our agents because, I mean, it's just, for me, it's just a game changer because now at the closing, I'm going to be able to deposit my check. Now I'm going to be able to deposit my check when I get it. It's going to basically eliminate driving back and forth. And with the cost of gas lately, I think that's a good little savings you're going to be able to do. So I'm really excited for it. Again, guys, I want to thank everybody for coming in. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm sorry I delayed so long. It's just that I was looking to finish something up here, but I think we're set, right, Joe?
Yep, we're set.
Beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Joe, guys. I thank everybody for coming. I welcome all of you here. I remind you all to visit joinlondonfoster.com if you're not a London Foster agent. If you are a London Foster agent and you have not attended the London Foster 101, guys, definitely do it. It's a great way of getting started with the company. It's a great way of, going over what you should have done maybe when you started. So by all means, do that. I thank everybody for coming, and I want to sign out. Go ahead, Joe. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Joe. Let me introduce you. Guys, everybody, this is Joe Mahalati. We call him the mortgage guy. Joe is one of our great tools that we have here at London Foster. He's very generous with his time, not only to give us these trainings, but also when he helps people out with marketing and actually with clients. Joe is with Supreme Lending. I'm going to be sharing, Joe, your information on the chat. But guys, especially for you London Foster agents, know that his information is available on londonfoster.net under vendors. He's, I think, the second or third vendor on there. You can just click on his page and you can see all his information. Again, Joe, I turn it over to you. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Momo. Appreciate it. Hey, can you guys see my screen? I know I hit share. I don't know if everybody can see it or not.
Yes, sir.
You can? Okay, great. Well, as Memo said, my name is Joe Mahalati, the in-house lender for you guys. Just to let you know a little bit about us and my team, we're a direct, again, to all you London Foster agents and those that are not London Foster agents yet. So you know a little bit about how we work. We're in-house direct mortgage banker. Basically, that means we can do everything from the agency loans, which is the FHA, Fannie Mae, all the way to some really exciting programs that we're going to go over with you today, okay? We're here at the end of the day to help you build your business. One of the things that we do as an in-house lender is we're really big on building your brand, okay? And we do that by really focusing in with the London Foster agents, giving a lot of our TLC to them, our attention, and we're very big on helping you win the business. So hopefully by the end of this training, we're going to be able to help you, give you some good golden nuggets in order to do that, to accomplish that, okay? Just so you know, our team, even though I don't speak Spanish, I have people on my team that do speak fluent Spanish. So just so you know about that. But one of the biggest things that my number one goal at the end of the day, today is to do one and one thing only. You probably think it's about teaching you about programs or telling you about, you know, my team and all, but it's actually to get your reticular activator going, okay? And what I mean by that is once you hear about something, and I know you've heard about this with this motivation, probably you've heard about the reticular activator. Basically, it's the whole concept of if you're buying a Jeep Cherokee or you want to buy a Jeep Cherokee, all of a sudden you start seeing Jeep Cherokees everywhere, you know? And that's basically what my goal is, to kind of give you some quick golden nuggets, some nuggets of things, so it will help you, enable you to identify some opportunities where otherwise you would miss them. So sometimes you have this client and you realize that they're not, you know, they don't have any documented income, and therefore you feel like you're not going to be able to help them. Now, because you've heard about this and you know what's available out there, it's going to be able to get you, hey, wait a minute, maybe there's an opportunity there. So really that's what my goal is to do, is to, at the end of the day, have you, enable you, empower you to get more deals, okay? So with that said, I'm going to pass this along to my go-to guy, which is Carlos Betancourt, my man. He's one of our many investors that we work with our out-of-the-box type loan programs. And he personally is my go-to guy, okay? He's very resourceful. And again, thank you, Carlos, for joining us here today for this training. So with that said, I'm going to pass it on to you, Carlos. And in the meantime, I'm going to try to get this presentation up and queued, okay?
Awesome. You want to start with...
Yeah, here we go.
There we go. Perfect. Donna did a great job here. I see that.
Let me give thanks to Mandana, my assistant, and my daughter, who's on the call, who helped me put this together. I take no credit for this one. She's my marketing girl.
Good morning, guys. So yeah, thanks for letting me jump on here with you guys. I know you're very busy. So we prepared a very detailed slide here. Like I said, Madonna did it. Great job. And so what we want to do is go over some of the bullet points of the main, I guess, features of these programs that we're offering, obviously that Joe offers, and obviously leave that any specific detail or anything like that that you want to know about the program, we can take that offline. Joe's the expert there. He can talk to you about your specific scenario. So, but we just want to give you like an overview of what's available out there in the market. Obviously, you know, the market changes, and everybody has a mortgage broker friend, buddy, who is a dentist, but then plays mortgage broker on the weekend. And those guys and gals tend to usually get us into trouble, okay? Because they're repeating some stuff that they heard, or a deal that they may have done or lost 2 years ago, a year ago. Joe's doing 100 deals, 1,000 deals at a time. So that's what we always start with. And I love what Memo said in the beginning was, you know, your relationship with Joe especially is very important, because he is going to help you cut through a lot of the noise that's out there and actually help you close the loan. And let's be honest, guys, I think you guys know that in the transaction, you guys are standing to make or lose the most money, right? You know, with those big commission checks, you know, you guys have, you know, all the pressures on you guys to deliver your customer for your referral base, whoever referred you that deal, you know, so it's very important. We take that to heart. So I always say, I start with, and again, I love what Memo said, you know, let Joe be the expert, right? Joe does this every day. So I would always encourage you all to please go to him in the beginning, as early as you can. You guys are the tip of the spear. I know customers usually call you first. Get the expert involved. Let us, again, going back to Memo, you know, we talk to customers that are rich and are perfect and have fantastic credit. When Joe and I take a look at it, when Joe takes a look at it, they kind of share more information with us because they're kind of embarrassed to tell you because maybe you're friends. But Joe says, hey, wait a minute. So you had a foreclosure here 3 years ago. What happened? You have a big charge off here for $80,000 and an $80,000 car. What's this all about? You guys didn't know that. So according to you, everybody has a 700 score, everybody's wealthy, and everybody wants to buy all cash. But when we take a look at it, when Joe takes a look at it, the story kind of changes. So again, and that goes also with rates. Let the expert talk about rates. Rates move up, down, sideways. and depending on your customer's credit and credit risk and all that affects the customer's rate. So I always, again, please humbly, I ask you to let the expert deal with the rate conversation directly with the customer, because you'll be surprised how much more we know about the customer after that you weren't aware. And you're like, oh my God, I didn't know that he had 2 divorces, right? Like Memo said in the beginning. So again, it'll surprise you a little bit. So again, send it back to Joe, let the expert do it, and then we can help you qualify that customer. So Joe, if you want to kick off the first slide.
You got it. And this, of course, is one of the most popular ones. So we're going to start with this one first, because I think this really services a lot of people or helps a lot of people who are outside of the traditional financing, who don't make, especially for those that are self-employed, that is. So with that said, go ahead, Carlos. This is our bank statement program that we have here.
Yeah, this is our #1 program, I think, in our market, in many markets, because this is going to allow us to pre-qualify your customer up to typically $3 million and more, solely based on the cash flow of their business accounts. That's it. So notice what I said there. We're not looking at tax returns. We're not looking at their pay stubs. And we all know that business owners take every allowable credit and tax deduction allowed by law, and maybe some not allowed. But anyway, you have a very wealthy person who makes really good money, has a nice business, and their tax returns don't represent that. He or she is doing well. Their business bank statements and cash flows shows a fantastic cash flow, but the tax returns paint a different picture. So this is the program that kind of Joe defaults to when your customer just doesn't have the numbers kind of don't match the reality. We don't look at the customer's 12 months or 24 months of cash flow into the bank statement. Could be business or personal, depending on how they run it. And we'll make a cash flow income analysis based on that. So again, no tax returns, no pay stubs, none of that stuff. And we can actually look at what's really going on in the customer's business and then their income. So we're usually able to qualify them for way more. Again, bullet points here. Go ahead, Joe, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And guys, here's a great takeaway, agents. You may have friends that you've done deals for in the past where, Mr. Jones, you helped the Jones family out and they purchased a $400,000 property, maybe a $500,000 property. And now, they're not doing so well. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. They're self-employed. They went to a bank and they're finding out that they can't refinance, or they can't purchase another property or sell their property and buy another one, because when they purchased that initial home, they did it as a full doc. They don't realize that these programs are out there. So Johnny Jones, home buyer who purchased a home, got qualified for the house. Now, when they file their tax returns, they're going to somehow have more expenses and they're going to file less income. Okay. So what this program is allowing you to do is we're not going through the traditional way by looking at tax returns. They're just looking at the deposits. So now Johnny Jones, a contractor who can very well qualify for a $600,000-$700,000 house, can still now purchase that home because he doesn't have to show the tax returns to back it up. He may very well be doing well and showing deposits. And that's what we're doing. We're showing the average deposits over 12 months. So key takeaway here is, tap into those contractors, those people you may have sold properties, homes to in the past. And, a lot of people may not be reaching out to you because they feel discouraged. They don't realize that there is a way to get financing. There's no way for them to sell their house and buy another house, leverage all that equity, because they can't afford the difference of the financing if they want to move up. So this is a great place for you to tap into. So.
Yeah, Joe, you hit the nail right on the head. It's amazing. I don't know if people missed that key takeaway there. And I would say that we get calls all the time from buyers sometimes that say, hey, listen, I want to purchase a new home, but I can't qualify. So unfortunately or fortunately, they start their financing process at their local bank, right? So they go to their ABC bank and they say, well, numbers just don't add up. But so they don't even make that call over to you guys to have a conversation. So there's a home that they're ready to list, right? And they're ready to give Memo that listing. Here you go, but wait a minute, I'm discouraged because I went to Wells and Chase or somebody else. They say I have no shot. I'm doing great. And then, either they don't make the call, or worse, they make the call, you don't know about this program, or you try to, you try to pre-qualify them. We're not letting the expert Joe get involved, and all of a sudden, it just doesn't work out. So you missed that listing, the sale, and future referrals just because you didn't see that little bit of the opportunity. We don't want you to pre-qualify the customer. We don't want you to be the expert. We just want you to say, wait a minute, self-employed, that Joe guy talked to me about something. I think he has an answer. Mr. Customer, you got turned down. Wait a minute, because if they call the next person down the list and they know about this program and they call Joe, who's getting the listing? They are, not you guys. So just don't miss that key element there. That's very important.
Yes, thank you for going in more detail about that, because I think there's a lot of agents that, you know, including myself, before, you know, I got very familiar with these programs, you know, and you know what, I'm human, I'm a loan officer, I'm always learning this business. And, you know, there's things that I find out after the fact, I'm like, man, I could have done that deal, you know? So it's very important to understand these programs, because, you know, you don't want those deals slipping through your fingers. And this is a great opportunity to capture that business.
Yep. So yeah, overall,
just,
yep, I'm sorry, Joe, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, this is just a continuation. I don't know if you want to, there's any like maybe bullet points you want to kind of bring out.
I think, like I said, the key takeaway is we're looking at the cash flow of the customer's business. You can buy a primary home, second home, and investment property as well. Out of state, you know, Joe's licensed, you know, pretty much everywhere. You can do it to, again, refinance a certain property, cash out on that property, and purchase additional properties. We're going to talk about another one to leverage more of the investor side of it. But I said you can use this one. If the customer wants to look at an interest-only loan, it's available. If the customer has a 1099 instead of, you know, they get paid in a different way as a 1099, we got an option for you. One thing that we see a lot here, Joe, and I think you would agree, is non-warrantable condos.
And that's huge.
Yeah,
huge.
All these programs, including this one, all these programs allow to have a non-warrantable condo. That's very important, because we don't do a lot of warrantable condos, right? There's always some issue with a reserve or this or that. Now the 40-year research and all this stuff that comes up, that we have this option with this or most of these programs, that the non-warrantable condo is allowed. So that if you know that you have a non-warrantable condo, if you have the listing, even as a listing agent, call Joe. Hey Joe, I have got a listing here in this great building. It's a non-warrantable condo. I'm going to have some buyers, or I'm losing some deals, or, you know, can you help me with the possible financing with this program? Guess what? Joe can help. So, Joe.
Yeah. Great point. Yeah, and just to clarify a couple things, just so you guys know, this is really good for, again, 1099. If you got the person who's a W-2 employee, this is not for the W-2 employee. You know, this is for people who are self-employed and have different streams of income, right, Carlos? Whether or not they could have, you know, they can maybe be an agent and also, you know, have a side business doing translating for, you know, whatever the case is. So this is great for those situations.
Yep, absolutely. You want to keep it going to the next one, or as fast as you want?
Yeah. This is kind of just going over the 1099. I guess this is kind of the same thing.
Same. So instead of looking at the bank statements for the customer, we're going to look at the face value, excuse me, of the 1099, and we're going to base it off of that. So it's similar to the previous program. So it's just a matter of how we look at it. But again, another opportunity. Hey, you know what? I'm a truck driver. I'm a this. I'm a that. I'm an agent, right? We do a lot of loans for loan officers and realtors. A lot of loans for realtors. And a lot of them say, well, you know what? I'm going to give you my 1099 from London Foster. It shows this is my income. Well, we apply our math and we do our stuff. And no, you don't have to go to your tax bill. I mean, I say you don't have to. The tax stuff, that's a different story, but it's an alternative to your tax, presenting your tax.
Right. And then you guys are thinking, well, 12-month bank statements, and I'm an agent, and some months, you know, I might not have that many closings, and I got rentals. Other month, you know, every 3 months I do a commission deal. Look, they're common sense underwriting. They're going to look at the 12 months and see the pattern that you got rentals in there, and then you got your big deposits, rentals, and they're going to take the average over the 12 months. So just keep that in mind, especially for agents and a lot of those other self-employees, you know, that are on sales that kind of mirror that type of pattern. Okay.
Yep. Excellent.
Okay, the investor programs,
Yeah,
the great cash flow programs that are out there.
Yeah, so we Joe knows, and this is one of our favorite programs. This is where we get a lot of our volume, thanks to you guys, of course. And I want to just give you a couple nuggets. And the number one nugget is this is for investors only, non-warrantable condos, right? Single family, multifamily, PUD, 3 to 4 unit, whatever. And the key takeaway to this program is this is a no income program. So your customer doesn't have to show any income. They don't have to even tell us where they work. So it's kind of cool. So I don't even ask you, so Joe, Mr. Smith, where do you work at? Oh, I'm a nurse. No. Put that out. What do you make? Nope. Give me your bank statement to do the cash flow. Nope. Give me your 1099. Nope. All we want to make sure is that the rental property is going to be for rental properties, right? The 1007, the market rent covers the mortgage payment, right? 1-to-1. We want to at least ensure, like an investor, right? That, hey, I want to have a $1,000 mortgage payment. Well, I'm not going to rent it for 500 and lose 500, right? The investor doesn't want that either. The investor wants you to at least cover the rent, cover the mortgage payment with the rent. It's a DSCR, what they call officially, a debt service coverage ratio, 1-to-1.
Complicated term.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to avoid all that.
Complicated term to just mean that as long as the mortgage covers, the rent covers the mortgage by $1.
That's it. Yeah, it's all you need. And then we've done multiple loans for the same customer. Think about this. And again, as a listing agent, think about you're working with a customer and that has a duplex that they've owned 10 years, 5 years, have fantastic equity. What about you sit with that customer, sit with Joe and says, hey, why don't we cash out, $100,000 from this duplex, triplex, whatever this is, 200 grand, right? No income. It's a rental property. We're going to take that 200 grand and we're going to buy 4 more properties, right? We're going to put 30,000 here, 40,000 here, whatever, break all that down. So that one transaction netted you 4, 5, 6 additional commission checks. And that's why, this is why we're here, to get you guys thinking out of the box and show you the possibilities of continued referral business. And this is a fantastic program for that.
Yeah, and we've come across this all, guys. Where the investor, you find that investor likes to dump $500,000 every year just to buy some, they put money in their 401k and different investments, and they want to put some into the Miami real estate. And they put about $500,000, maybe $600,000 every year, and they buy it cash. Well, you can tell, hey, Mr. Investor, how about leveraging that cash, by getting some financing and buying 3 more properties, increasing your portfolio dynamically, just by getting this type of financing. I mean, your investor doesn't have to worry about stressing about, oh, my tax returns and this and that. Hey, listen, me and Carlos, we deal with investors that are very wealthy and they show good income, okay, to qualify maybe for their primary, but they have so many investment properties and their expenses, because the way, obviously, they show their expenses, they're not that much income to be able to qualify for maybe additional investment properties. Again, a great program. And probably, Carlos, I think this is the closest to a true no-doc loan. Other than verifying assets and that you own a property, right? You got to verify that.
Yeah, you got to own, typically you have to own your primary. Not all the time. If you have other multiple properties, you don't need to own a primary. But yeah, you're right. It's the closest to the no income that we had back in the day. But we do have to verify the assets to see how you're closing, right? Where the money's coming from for the down payment and closing costs and all that stuff. But you hit the nail right on the head. Leveraging. No matter what, oh, I have all this money, I have all this, I have all that. You don't have an unlimited supply of money. And if you truly are a business person, if you truly want to expand your portfolio, we've done loans for people that I've personally done up to 11 loans for one person. You take that cash out and then you start multiplying and adding, and you build a fantastic, real estate portfolio. And those are 8, 10, 12 commission checks that you're going to get over the next couple of years or so that you weren't thinking about, because you're like, well, this guy, he's going to buy cash, and great, Mr. Customer, you bought the property cash. Now what? You know what I mean? You dump 300 grand in there, and you're getting 300 in rent. Okay, in 1,000 months or 100 months or whatever, you're going to get that money back. Whatever. No, why don't we diversify that and get you 5 properties, 6 properties instead? Why don't we do that? And again, no income. Customer also can close in an LLC, which is pretty cool. A lot of our customers, Joe, that they said, you know what? And a lot of them like this program because they say, you know what, I don't want to get involved with showing the bank my other personal information. I don't want you to see that I have 6 properties, 8 properties, 2 in, in California and this and that. I don't want to get into that. I have my own personal stuff. I have business partners. I want to keep that separate for myself. And this is where, Joe and I, get in and help them structure that so that we can be as private as we can with this customer so they can build that portfolio and not have to have it reflect on, the other, on their taxes and all that stuff. So it's about a solution. And again, multiple deals, multiple listings, multiple commissions. So
yeah. And you know what? Part of our job, guys, is really knowing our clients. It really is. The more we know our clients, the better we do. Memo said it very well. If the person's a vegan, you buy them a vegan muffin before you show up. I mean, you say, obviously that's tongue in cheek, but it's really not. I mean, you really want to know your client. And when you work with any investor, their mindset is, how can I leverage? As Carlos said, fantastic. How can I leverage? And this is a great way to realize how they can actually accomplish this. And one other thing, just keep in mind is when people go through the traditional financing, and again, I'm going to try to keep this super simple. The person who's really trying to go that full doc, they have to make sure that the rent covers the mortgage by 33% minimum to be able to qualify if their income is maxed out. So the rent has to be 133% just to be able to just to qualify, have it be a wash. Whereas in this case, if the mortgage is $1,000, then as long as the rent's $1,001, you qualify. Now, obviously, we want our investors to make as much as we can. We want their cash flow to be as much. And obviously, the no-brainer here is which investor purchases a home where they're paying more on their mortgage than the rent they receive. There you go. It shows you that everybody who owns a property and has the assets can qualify for this program, which is great. So again, just a couple takeaways there.
So one thing before we move on, I just wanted to add, and I didn't want to miss bullet point number 3, which is a pretty cool feature on this program. So what about if the rent doesn't cover the mortgage payment, right? Well, we do have the option if you have a 700 score, as you see there, and the LTV is 75%, right, with down payment of 25%. We do have the option to waive that requirement altogether. So, and if you see bullet point number 5, short-term rentals and VRBOs are okay. So what about if you just sold a property, just had one recently, a $3 million property in the Keys, Florida Keys. The customer has other rental properties. He's looking to buy it for short-term rentals. So we do the appraisal. Appraisal comes in, fine. Rental, monthly rental. Remember, it's a stable market, right? 6 to 12 months. That rental is coming in at about $9,000. You're like, wait a minute, $3 million purchase. Loan amount was about 2.5, 2 something, 2.2, I think it was, and that mortgage payment was close to like $16,000, right? So Joe says, wait a minute, you're gonna have a $16,000 mortgage payment, but only collect like 9 of rent. You're gonna lose $7,000 a month. How does that make sense? Well, it does for this customer, and it does for the holistic view of the deal because it's a short-term rental property. This property was on VRBO, and he just bought it from the previous owner. And the expected rental was $18,000 to $25,000 to $30,000 a month. So it makes sense for this customer to take a loss on paper, right, every month, because we know that now during season, especially coming up now during the holidays and spring break and all that, is when all the snowbirds come down. So that house in particular is already booked solid for three more years. So think about that. 3 years, $30,000 a month, at 7 months. I mean, it cash flows very handsomely. So in case that it doesn't cash flow, right, we do have that option to waive that DSCR requirement, that coverage, and make the deal still work. Okay.
So in other words, what an appraisal will appraise when they do the rental schedule may not reflect what that investor may make by doing Airbnb or some other form, some other type.
Correct. You got it.
So, yep. Very good. Again, another great opportunity to pick up in a situation where when you're running your comps, you're like, I don't even see how this can work. This is a great point.
Yeah, so that's just a continuation of it. If you have, investors that, have many properties, there's no limit to properties that they can have. So, yeah, that's it. Sorry, Joe. Oh, and non-warrantable condos. Remember, non-warrantable condos, okay.
Yeah. And I don't know if we should go over this. I guess this is good because it's the 1 year.
Yeah. The platinum, I guess the next view with the platinum and all that, it just kind of over the top again. It's basically, what about that customer, like Joe said, that they went to their bank or they're full off. They make a lot of money and they can qualify for that purchase, or they're buying one of your listings. And all of a sudden you get a call, hey, our buyers has an issue. They can't get qualified for the loan because a foreclosure came up, a deed in lieu came up, a bankruptcy came up,
right,
or something. They want to close in an LLC in an investment property. Alexandra, can you help us? Because that mortgage broker said no. Do you have somebody you can refer us to? Well, yes. Hold on, Mr. Agent. Let's not turn them down. Let me get you in contact with my lender, Joe, who's going to review the customer. So this is a full doc loan that allows for late payments on a mortgage. Obviously, you guys can imagine, right? If you make a late payment on your mortgage and trying to get another mortgage, that's usually tough to get around, right? Especially within the most recent 12 months.
Big time.
Yeah, it's a killer.
And so, I can tell you, I can speak from personal experience. This year, I started in 2002, so this makes my 20th year. And most of my experience have been working with the big banks, like the Citizens Bank, the BB&Ts, the big banks. And I can personally attest to this, where everybody wants to go to the big banks, and I'm not knocking them. Sometimes, if you can walk on water and jump through hoops, then there's fantastic, okay? But that's the problem. You have to walk on water. And in this situation, to get 80% financing, I mean, it's tough. You really have to hit it on all marks. So again, this is a great for those fallouts, for those, just because you'd be surprised how many doctors or people who I've worked with that make lots of money, millions of dollars, and they just don't qualify for one reason or another. And sometimes we get intimidated. We think, oh my gosh, they're a doctor. They're got to go to the big bank, and they go to the big bank and they end up not calling you back. And it's because they don't qualify. And it's for something silly, something like maybe they for whatever reason, they took a big loss 2 years ago, or in this case, we can only show 1 year tax returns and they can qualify. So things to keep, this is, again, this whole, what Carlos specializes in is those deals that are outside of the norm, the traditional financing. And this is where we can really pick up some good deals here. So.
Yeah, we call them, Joe, we've heard me say, I call them the life loan, in the sense that,
yeah.
Listen, let's be real. People get divorced, they get sick, they get behind on their mortgage, they have something went wrong with their business, and that doctor that makes a lot of money, well, it's kind of funny, not funny, but a lot of these guys that make good money, they're a little sloppy sometimes and careless with their credit, because they're like, I don't care, I can pay cash, or I pay a little bit later. Well, there's a charge off of, well, just keep the car. I'm like, wow, and then there's a big $100,000 charge off on their credit report, and we're like, wow, 100 grand. And yeah, I just walked away. It was a divorce or something, and that is what life is all about, fortunately or unfortunately. So it's just a second opportunity to give your customer the ability to sell. Remember, gals that work with a lot of listings, your customer that is wealthy or is doing well, life hits them anyway, and they sometimes say, there's a creditor that's asking for something, and they put their foot down, and it's an ethics, I'm not going to pay you. They go to collections over some cell phone or something, right? And now you can't qualify, and it's a great customer. You know what I mean? And this is how to find the alternative. So these are alternatives that we're providing here for your customer.
Yeah, that's the name of the game here, where we can identify more deals to get you guys more business. Asset qualifier. Okay, I'm just going to give a disclosure here on this one. Let's just get right to it. And correct me if I'm wrong. I know you know these numbers better than me, but from what I was running, this asset qualifier program, this is for the 1 in 1,000, maybe 1 in 100. I don't know. this is basically for those clients that have at least $15 million. Am I correct when I say that?
No.
No?
You do. Yeah, the number, Joe, is, and the asset qualifier is, it's the ability to buy a home, right, on a primary specifically, based on the assets, the liquid or, you know, or hybrid liquid that they have, you know. So it doesn't technically have to be cash, but they do have to have some liquidity in the bank. What happens is that a lot of people we know, right, they're buying homes on here, they don't have that much liquidity. You know, they got 5 homes, 3 cars, you know, they got credit, but they're not cash rich. You got to be a little more cash rich for this program. We do get some of those, but they're not a lot of them, because they get that cash, and obviously they leverage that cash, you know, as they should. So this one, I would say,
what would you say? What would you say that the benchmark is?
$1.5 million to $2 million. That would be the average.
What I say? Oh, did I say 15 million? That's what I meant. $1.5 million.
1.5.
Yeah. I put an extra zero. My bad.
The period. You gotta move the period over one.
Yeah. So 1.5 is kind of like the benchmark of where you want to be on assets. So if someone tells you, hey,
remind me to have you fill out my paycheck.
Mine too. But yeah, you got to have a little bit of assets. And
hey, Memo, as long as I get everything to the left of the decimal point, and I'll give you everything else to the right, man. How's that?
No renegotiating, no deposit, no return. No, you said yes.
Yeah. But again,
I wanted to interrupt just one second real quick. I see that nobody's writing in the chat. If anyone has any questions for either gentleman or for myself, by all means, write them in the chat. This is what we're here for. You know, it's great that they're presenting and everything, but, you know, interrupt us. Let us know if there's anything that you're curious about.
Please.
And the chat is the best way.
So again, the reason why I bring that up is because, you know, one of the things that we're trying to do is we don't want to spin wheels. And when you hear about the asset program, and I've myself, Carlos has gotten my calls. Hey, I got a guy who has 750,000. Don't we have that asset program? By the time we work the numbers, it doesn't work. So really, I guess a good threshold is about 1.5, right? Is that like probably a good number? So even if the person tells you, hey, I got $1 million sitting in the account, don't I qualify for something? Well, once you get to that 1.5, then we can talk about this. However, well, again, this is great because that's all they have to show. Again, another like no doc loan other than assets. So,
and the reason that we talk about the assets part, Joe, is because some people could have, for example, an annuity or a life insurance policy worth 10 million, right? But when you dive into that, as your advisors usually help you with, the cash value of that $10 billion policy is 75,000 to 100 grand. So if you have to sell it and you have to liquidate it, it's only worth 100 grand. Even though on paper, oh my God, I had $20 million. No, you don't. That's paper money. So that's why, especially with the stock market coming up and down, you know, it erases a lot of your money. So that's why we typically want real assets, not just, you know, deferred assets for in the future. So if we wanted something more tangible, so I wanted to be more specific.
Good. So guys, when we run into that situation when they have those assets, no employment, no income, no DTI, just the assets. Okay. And that's non-warrantable as well, which is great, right? Very good.
Absolutely. That's right.
A big one in the Miami market, guys.
And by the way, no, we do not require the 40-year certification, Joe. You know that. So, you know, if you lose condos, because of that on condos, give Joe a call. I think he may have a solution for you.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. That has definitely disqualified some people going to traditional type of financing. Okay, the I-10 mortgage program.
Yeah.
Before you go on, Joe, I wanted to ask a question. Can you go over real quick, like what would be like an asset? Could a paid home be an asset? Could a boat be an asset? Could a property, like a vacant lot that the family owns or something like that be considered an asset also?
Not for this program.
Not for this program. So what
technically, you're right. So we're looking at cash. We're looking at a 401k. We're looking at stocks.
Got it.
Some vehicle. Okay. Yeah, like a hybrid vehicle. Well, cash is cash, but a hybrid vehicle that you could have more value on actual cash value than liquid, right? And then paper
what
value.
the vested amount is, what your cash.
So even like stocks that haven't accrued, maybe could be considered an asset.
Right, because typically, for example, you give me your portfolio of stocks, and you got $10 million of, or $1 million. Let's not be so exaggerated. Right. So $1 million. I mean, I can realistically, even with this market now taking a little bit of a beating, I can sell those stocks, right, and cash out tomorrow, right? And I can do the math and say, if I have $1 million in stocks, maybe I can get 600 for it, right? Take a big loss, but I can do the math on any other.
If it came down to it, yeah, that's kind of right. If worst case scenario, this is what it's worth.
Exactly, and my 401k, right? Right, 70% of my 401k. But if it came down to it now, if you have a boat, for example, you know, I got to sell it. What's the value? What's this? I got to put it on the market. That's a little bit of a different tool. It has to be more on the financial side. Yeah.
Okay. And then somebody asked the question if this is being recorded. Yeah, like I said in the beginning, guys, all the London Foster Pro trainings are recorded. They are all provided for our London Foster agent. So it's one of the benefits of being a London Foster agent is you're able to log into your back office, londonfoster.net, under education. It usually takes about a week for it to go up because our marketing manager has to edit it, make sure that it looks good, add all the pretty whistles and all the pretty stuff on it. But it usually by the following week, by the following training, it's up. Okay.
Okay. Now the next one is the I-10 program, guys. For those that do not have their Social Security, we can go up to 75% loan to value with the 680 score. And Carlos, maybe you could tell us some bullet points.
So I-10, I want to differentiate. I think we're going to talk about Four National coming up next or soon.
Yeah, it is. It's coming up. I'm kind of looking forward to that one.
Yeah. So the I-10 is for the customer that does live and work in the States, right? In our country, right? Four National distinction does not live nor work in the States. Once they're touching here and they're living here, it all changes. So the I-10 is a customer that unfortunately, or whatever it is, they do not have a formalized residency status in the U.S. So they're going through an immigration procedure. They applied for their residency or whatever, all that stuff. They're not officially official yet. Okay. So the U.S. government, especially the IRS, gives them an I-10 number, right? That number is basically saying, here's your ID so that you can at least pay your taxes, right? Because that's what the government cares about. Pay your damn taxes. So pay your taxes. You figure out your whole residency status with the government, with immigration. That's a different department. While you're here, you can stay here and you can work here. Here's your I-10, and then you can pay your taxes. So we take that I-10 number, right? We're going to require the full tax returns. Okay, now that's important. That one cannot go bank statements or any sort of limited income. This one needs to be full income, okay? Full tax returns, credit, but it allows your customer who is not here officially yet, right on paper, to purchase that home today, lock in that price today, take that listing, sell their property. I'm closing 3 of them today. Same scenario. They got turned down, and the listing agent called, got with a new mortgage agent, and then all the story put together. 3 closings today, between today and tomorrow, of customers that were turned down because, well, you're not a Foreign National, you're not this, you're not that. We do have this option for them to buy their primary residence. You can't cash out, not for investments, only for your primary. Okay.
Right. And again, although this is for non-mortgable condos are allowed, this is again for full doc. People can verify their income. Right. You want to touch on a little bit about credit, especially since they have an I-10 and not a Social Security number. What's kind of needed?
Absolutely. So credit, when Joe, this is more kind of to you, when you run credit on this customer, our Social Security, the format is what? 3 numbers, 2 numbers, 4 numbers, right? And that's how we run our credit. So theirs is 2 and 8, I believe, or 8 and 2. There's a different sequence, right? So they do have to have some credit, at least so, you know, some other credit cards. Now, if they have no credit and just their ghost, no score, no credit, that's a tough deal for us to do, anybody to do on an I-10, because we want to make sure that the customer at least qualifies, because let's be real, this customer cannot, maybe they're here today and gone tomorrow. So we got to be a little more careful with this customer to make sure we're really more thorough with the qualification. But yes, they do have to have at least basic credit. And Joe, I can get offline with you on that one. What exactly? It's the same as our full doc, a 3 for 12 or a 2 for 24. on the trading.
Gotcha.
So, but it's same basic standard guidelines.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, we want to make sure they have at least some accounts established, whether it's 2 or 3 minimum. Okay.
Right.
And that's an important distinction to make. Well, I'll talk about that when we get to that. Well, here it is, the foreign national programs. Again, the foreign national being people who do not live here or work here, okay? And in this case, we can go up to 70% maximum loan to value and 65% for cash out.
Yeah, you can do cash out. So at this program, obviously, I don't got to say why it's so popular down here in Florida. You know, we do a lot of these loans, you know, Joe. South Florida, Orlando area, Tampa, Jacksonville. We do a lot of, because like I always say, if there's a hiccup in the world, they end up coming to the U.S., right, to purchase property, which is good for all of us, right? A lot of your customers who were foreign nationals in the past are now permanent residents and or citizens. And now they're selling their homes and buying other homes. So they started as a foreign national. So it's a great program for you to get in the beginning with that customer as they're making their move to the U.S. And eventually start building that portfolio as well. And this program is kind of like our same DSCR program that we spoke about, or the cash flow a few slides ago, that all we look at is
just like it. Mm-hmm.
Right, that the rent covers the mortgage, 1-to-1. Okay, that's what we need. The rent covers the mortgage. So you're going to give me their property address in Colombia, for example, okay, subject property, and the funds in the U.S. to close. That's it. No credit, no employment, no bank references, no references from friends. Like back in the day, we used to give you, we needed references from your, you know, business partners and from the banker and from this and that. That's none of that is needed. Your home address in Peru, Chile, wherever you're coming from, no Venezuela, unfortunately. Argentina's 100% okay. Property address, subject property, cash in the U.S., and we go to closing. Funny, a lot of people say, "Whoa, they're getting loans easier than we are in the U.S." I'm like, yeah, pretty much. You know, it's a little bit easier than when you and I go to sit in front of the underwriter. So,
yeah, and that's an important distinction that he said that we got to keep in mind on the I-10 versus the foreign national, because the I-10, you know, if you're working here, or if you have an address, then now you have to make sure you have credit. Whereas the foreign national, you don't have to have any credit. You just got to verify your assets.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And non-warrantable condos as well.
Non-warrantable condos.
Yeah, we do a lot of those condos. A lot of the foreign nationals end up buying a lot in Brickell, Miami Beach, so on and so forth. This program is definitely for them.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any bullet points here we want to add to this. You did talk about the sanction list. I guess that you have the, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so I think obviously when a customer, an agent is working with a foreign national, I would say the first call typically is to call Joe and provide them with a visa passport, right? Where's the customer from? What's their visa status? They're right in front of you there. Obviously, every visa is a little bit different, and not every visa qualifies because the visa is your permission, right, to come into the States and why you're here. So they get designated a reason to come to the States. So that's very important that right from the beginning, you do first, obviously we don't want the visa or passport to be expired. Get that over to Joe quickly. Let's do our test, make sure everything's okay. And then you'll know if you have a customer that can finance property, or if they're going to pay cash. By the way, most of these loans, and for national, same, they can pay cash if for some reason they want to do that, and we can do delayed financing. So after closing, we can go ahead and refinance that deal, get them their cash back, okay? But sometimes as the market has been in the last year, right, it's like you got 30 days to close, and if you miss that deadline, I'm going to send it to the next guy behind you for 10,000, 50,000, 100 grand more. So the buyers are like scared, so they want to close no matter what. If that's the situation, yes, let them close cash if they have the ability, and then we can do a refinance afterwards to give them that money back. We do a lot with a foreign national.
And because delayed, you can get the max LTV. Is that right?
Yeah, you're right, 100%. We treat it like a purchase.
Yeah, because traditionally when you get a cash out, the LTV drops. Right. So for delayed financing gives you that window. Every lender, how long is the window on the delayed financing?
Typically 6 months. They don't want to go more than 3 months. We could typically give it 3, but then it's like, hey, why is it taking so long? And what's the issue? The sweet spot, 3 months. Sweet spot.
And here's a key thing, and not only on this program, but a lot of these programs, you got to keep this in mind. The client might say, look, I got $300,000 and they're buying a $900 or let's say $600,000 property. If they might have the cash, and if you're struggling to get a deal because the offers are not getting accepted because of financing, they're being taken by cash offers, educate your client or have them call us, and we'll explain to them, listen, you can put your money to purchase the property, strengthen your negotiation power, maybe get a quicker, faster deal, and then you can then leverage that money right back out. The same as if you were going to do it getting the financing. So that's what this whole delayed financing is. And anybody who has questions can definitely talk to me about that more offline. Again, that goes for all these programs. As far as, am I right? I don't know if all your programs, I guess basically delayed financing works with all your programs as well.
Across the board. Across the board. They buy with the investor with a no income. Same thing. I had to close cash. I had to close quick, or I had to do some repairs to the property. So it's kind of not financeable right now. So we closed cash, made repairs. And then obviously, we always talk about how much seasoning you're the expert with that, about seasoning if they made repairs and all that. But yeah, close cash, let's get it up and running, get it rented, and then we can do the financing, get the customer cash back to buy another property in case.
Exactly. Right. Now this one I believe is kind of like the same ones that we kind of like the one we went over before, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just skip this one. And that's it, guys. Well, listen, like I said, we jumped right into giving you the content. I hope you guys had some great takeaways here. These are, again, a nice spread of programs that you have available to be able to, again, at the end of the day, capture more deals. And my goal is to have your reticular activators going so that anytime you hear someone who's self-employed or something doesn't fit, it's just saying, because they're a doctor and they told you they had an issue, don't just assume, oh, okay, he must not qualify. Dig in. Like Memo said, get to know your client on a deeper level. Even if you can't do the business, the great thing is you're building rapport and you're getting to know them. And who knows, maybe they're not ready. Maybe they're ready 6 months from now. Okay. So digging in is very, very important. And, I'm sorry, Carlos, I'll let you kind of conclude on anything else that you want to say as well.
No. Again, going back, I think when Memo said that in the beginning, I was almost ready to turn the laptop off and say, we're done. Because he hit the home run and the first swing, the first pitch,
as he usually does. He usually does.
Let the expert do his thing. Let us cut through the red tape with the customer. We want to help you. And like I said, just like we would never say to your customer, oh my God, Memo sold you that house, that this room doesn't look well, or I don't like how it flows, or I don't like the wallpaper. I would never say that to any of your customers. And it's really consider it back to, I guess reciprocal to us. Let us do our thing. We're acting on your best behalf. And when we call you and say, you're good to go, or we got to work on some things, trust us. We're not turning down the loan because we like to turn down loans. We just know what's better. But we do know that there's people tugging in different directions. That guy says he can do that. That lady mortgage company said they can do it for, and unfortunately some realtors and some customers do take that route. They end up getting burned and then they come right back, right, Joe? And then it's like, oh my God, I'm about to lose my $50,000 deposit and I'm on fire. And Joe, you got to close me in a week. And that's when it's tough. We want to help you, but unfortunately, sometimes we just can't close you in a week so you could, save the deal. And you got to work on extensions and all that. So I would say it's about trust. If you trust Joe as the expert and he says something, man, just go with it. Because I think your whole business is going to be a lot smoother and a lot less headaches and heartburn with deals. So
yeah, and you know what? Great point. Part of our brand is we put all our heart into helping you close more deals. Did a new logo and everything, and that really is how we operate and how we want to help you build more businesses. When we work with clients, look, and this, we can't help everybody all the time. But what we can do is we can build rapport. We can garner or get that trust from them, okay? And even if we can't help them out because they feel comfortable, you never know. They're probably going to be willing to refer their friends, their coworkers, their loved ones over to you. And you stay in touch with them. The key here is really digging in, trying to see how you can help them out. And that's what we're here for. So we appreciate you guys being on the call. Know that me and my team are here to help you build your business in any way we can, okay? Feel free to give me a call.
Guys, if I can yeah, I was just going to say, if I can interject real quick, I included your information, Joe, on the chat room. I want to remind all the London Foster agents that if you log into the back office, londonfoster.net, under vendors, you're able to look for Joe. I said he was the third one. He's actually the first vendor on there. I'm sorry, Joe. And so if you go there, you'll look up mortgage team or mortgage lender or something like that. And I think it just says mortgage. And you can see all of Joe's information. There's even a fun little app that he has created and shared with us so that you can actually have your clients, you know, especially for that client that's like, well, how much is it going to cost me? And how much is it going to cost me? And how much is it going to cost me? It's a great little tool for them to do some of that, you know, they play finance. And what if I put $5,000 more? What if I do this? So that's kind of fun. So that is included in your back office, guys.
Yeah, the app actually allows you to send out pre-approvals in real time, which is cool. So you don't have to go back and forth. You can actually get a pre-approval. It already knows the maximum that the client qualifies for. So if we have, let's say, 2 different programs that they're bouncing, they're entertaining, they're on the fence on, you'll know the maximum and it'll be able to issue you a pre-approval. So you don't have to reach out to someone on my team. You can just get the pre-approval immediately, and a lot of other cool things, but sorry.
And I wanted to say something about what you guys were mentioning and just reiterating this. Guys, listen, we're in an industry where, you know, it's all about the closing, right? We don't get paid until the day after the closing. We don't get paid until that check clears. That shouldn't be your goal. I know it's hard to say that when you don't have money, but it shouldn't be your goal. Like Joe mentioned, like Carlos mentioned, you're a brand. Your name is a brand. And I don't care if you have a simple name like John Smith or you have a weird name like mine, or it doesn't matter. Your name is your brand. Your reputation is your brand. So the idea here is build a rapport with your finance people. I don't know if I always make this joke in my trainings, but has anyone ever heard the saying, happy life, happy wife? Well, the same thing applies when you're dealing with a mortgage banker or when you're dealing with Joe. I want to try to make Joe's job as easy as possible. I want to chew on that client and bring him palpable to Joe. Why? So that Joe can hit him out of the park. If I just throw someone at Joe and be like, I don't know, man, you figure it out. I don't even know what his situation is. I haven't asked any of the questions. I haven't given him any of the research. I'm making my relationship with Joe strenuous. I want to make sure that Joe says, you know what? I love working with Memo. Why? Because he gets me this client. They're solid. They do this. They have everything lined up. In 24 hours, I can give Memo an opinion. I can sit with Memo and do it. Another thing that I think was really interesting is that we just hired someone. I'm not going to say his name, but Joe knows what I'm talking about. But he wanted to meet with Joe before he signed the paperwork. And I was like, yeah, okay, you're exaggerating a little bit. You know, he had like 5 meetings before, you know, it was like he was a little bit much. But I said, you know what? In theory, that's a great idea. So if you don't have a client, you don't have anything for Joe to work on, you should still reach out to Joe. Put your name and your business card present in front of him. Say, hey, listen, my name is Alexandra Suazo. Remember my name because I'm going to be bringing you business left and right. And you know what's going to happen? That I forgot what the term was, with a little trigger in his brain, which it sounds like the capacitor from Back in the Future.
Reticular activator.
Yeah, every time I feel like the what is it called? The capacitor from Back in the Future. But you know, you want to make sure that you make yourself present, and not just with Joe, with title companies, with printers, with vendors, all that list of vendors, appraisals, approval, inspectors. Guys, this is your business. So make sure that you have a little black book, which again, you can go to londonfoster.net under vendors and look up our little black book, but create your own within your phone. I'll tell you what I do. I have every single vendor saved as GVK, which is my initials, vendor, and then I have Joe. And then I have the title company. And then I have the inspector. And then I have the appraisal. Why? Because all I need to do is write GVK, and I have a short list of all my top vendors that I need to reach out to. So that I don't have to sit there and go, what was that guy's name again? Was it Jonathan? Was it John? Joe. What was his last name? No. I go GVK and I see all my vendors there. I see taka, 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 and I go, boom. I got 6 vendors I need to call quickly. Because guys, this is what your brand is about. When a client calls you and says to you, listen, how do we get started with financing? You need to be able to answer that in 2 or 3 sentences. Write the email. Put it in your notes. You know, the notes on your phone? Write a little blurb. Dear client, here's the mortgage vendor I spoke to you about. Here's his contact information. It's a good opportunity. Have that saved in your notes, because guess what? It's going to make it easier the next time and the next time and the next time. I've got that all in my notes. You guys, if anyone ever stole my phone, luckily it's backed up. I'd be out of business because I have so many notes saved up. But guys, this is what it's about. It's about making it agile, making it easy. On that note, I want to thank everybody again for participating. Carlos busted me. I had no idea that he was our guest speaker. I thought he was a future London Foster agent, and he was on the top of my screen, so I kept on, just using him as the comodín to speak. But Carlos, I want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule and helping our vendor, and more importantly, for educating our agents. I'm reading all the comments and the comments that I'm getting privately. Just an absolute home run. Everybody's really, really pleased with it. Everyone's writing me, "Are you sure this is being recorded?" I'm like, "I'm positive it's being recorded." But because they're definitely like, man, also know that power presentation, Joe, you want to send that to me so that I can add it to the back office. We're gonna add it to the back office. All you do is just scroll down to the very last one, and it's gonna be there. Like I said, it usually takes like a week, because our marketing manager takes a second and edits it and makes sure that our logo is on it and there's a watermark and all the other stuff we have to do. But know that it will be there available for you, and so will the PowerPoint. On that note, guys, I thank you again for attending the London Foster Pro training. This is what we're about. It's about empowering you, as it says on our slogan. It's about empowering you so that when you do need something, it's available. Does everybody in this room need this kind of loan right now? No. But when you do, you're going to go, I remember seeing a training. Let me go to londonfoster.net. Let me go under education. Let me scroll down to this training. Let me rewatch it. Let me go through this PowerPoint. Let me reach out to Joe. These are the tools, and this is the reason why we do this. We don't do this because we're bored. We do this because we know that when you do need it, Alexandra's going to say, you know what? I know that there's a PowerPoint I can look over. Let me go over it before I even call Joe. Let me be prepped so that when Joe gets this client, he can knock it out of the park. On that note, guys, I thank you again. And if you're not a London Foster agent, I recommend you visit our website. It's www.join, that's JOIN, londonfoster.com. You can go there and click on request a call or attend the London Foster Zoom meeting. We do these meetings 4 times a week. We do them on Monday, Friday, and Saturday at noon. I also do one at night on Wednesday. So tonight at 7 p.m., I will be doing a London Foster 101 online via Zoom. You can click on that, register for the one that's most convenient for you. We will go over everything, how to join London Foster. We will go over compensation, marketing, education. I'll show you a little bit of the back office and get you guys excited to be part of our team. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and sign out, and I recommend that everybody to copy and paste those phone numbers that Joe provided. And I thank you, Joe, and I thank you, Carlos, and I thank everybody in behalf of Bobby for doing this. And it's just a great way of us growing. Oh, one more thing I wanted to tell you guys. It's not secure, but we are organizing a happy hour. We're done. We're organizing a happy hour. I'm the biggest one that I don't want to do anything, but I'm like, we need to do a happy hour. We need it. So we're organizing a happy hour. I believe the date that we're looking at is in August. I think it's August 17th. We're still working out the details. But for those of you that are London Foster agents, do know we are going to be doing that. Look for it in the chat. Look for it in your emails. If you are not getting London Foster emails, please write Alex at londonfoster.com. She will correct that for you. But know that we are planning that within the next few weeks. And it's not because it's my birthday. That's just a mere coincidence that my birthday is in the month of August. You don't need to buy me a gift. I accept scotches of any kind. All right, guys. Thank you so much and have a great day.
I'll see you guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye.